the feelings end up wasted. So I'm sorry for breaking down when you said you got me. I'm used to being let down, but I'm hoping if I'm falling too fast, then you'll catch me. You'll catch me. So I'm sorry that you might have to see I'm not flawless. I promise that I'm facing my problems. If I'm falling too fast, will you catch me? Will you catch me before
All right. Good morning. It's been a while since I've worked on this project. It's been about like a week or so. I've been working on some other database related stuff, but it's unrelated to this project, but it's been pretty useful. I might do a stream or just a video on its implementation. It's effectively 50% of how to handle runtime data through Unity. I made a data handler for Firebase, effectively allowing you to plug and play it into any, not so much Pocos, but any mono behavior. It can work with Poco, but I'll save any explanation for an actual video or stream. But it came out pretty well. But it is 50% done in that it provides just about everything that you'll need on client side, up to about 95 to 100%. But you still need the server side for various things, right? So it has no problem hooking in, updating, and handling the server side stuff from the client side. But the other 50% is actually now doing the Firebase stuff, which is pretty cool. All right, you don't have to. I designed it with the intention of never having to look back at Unity ever again once you're in the Firebase side. As well as, like, if you're working on a team, then the other programmers should just very easily be able to do get set on stuff and not have to worry about any Firebase related information, because you'd be the one on Firebase, or they'd be, whoever the Firebase guy is would be the one that is over there handling server related stuff, which in itself is it's not small. Alright, so you don't really want to have to look back and worry about Unity at that point. Okay. I was showing someone this. I was showing... yeah. We don't really need this open. This was like... So, I was finally introduced actually, to a better way, I think, of handling this, which is to just treat them like inventory slots. So, instead of printing out the skill slots to the skill tree, which is what I was doing originally, which works fine enough for this kind of skill tree, and I'm not going to just throw this away. I'm going to just make a different one. But I like the idea of the slots a lot more. It's a lot easier to manage, I think. What I mean by easier is there's less data that needs to be created. You can create like one slot of data and then just put it into that slot, and then the slot will represent where that data is to the player rather than the data itself, which is pretty awesome. It just means that you can have the same data being in different places, but the slots themselves will treat the data differently. Okay. Sorry. Alright, so today we're going to be working on deleting our enemies. So, we don't need this open at all for this. We do need, let's just get rid of things that we don't need first. One sec. We're going to be redoing this later on also. Well, just this part. I think I'm going to keep hits, but this part will probably need to be redone a little bit. I thought about moving it over to the bottom left, But now I'm thinking about keeping it on the top right. I'm not sure. I think top right is like where players want to see it. Like if I was there, I think I want to see it over here. Yeah. Okay. Let's load back in the arboreal map. So let's what is this stuff? So let's just see if the game is actually running still. Nope, something is going crazy. Oh. I have to turn this off. Because we were showing someone our skill tree. So since we've disabled it now, we don't need it open. Normally this piece of code would go off when we actually open the skill tree. But we kind of... what? It's giving me the error over there. The error is actually over here. There we go. So we kind of are doing set skill tree. When we shouldn't. There we go. Now let's try it. I don't know why it's getting so many different little errors popping up. It is what it is. Okay, so my character works. Why are enemies not spawning? Do I have it turned off? Plane. No, it's active. Enemies should just be spawning everywhere. It did not generate the spawn points. Did it? Was I good enough about this to make it track the spawn points for me? Let's find out. Yeah, I did. Why are they in the persistent scene? I don't know. But they're all disabled. They should become enabled when I get near them. Where are they? Interesting. Regardless, they have been populated. We can see that they've gained their information. And they just haven't spawned any enemies. Interesting. Interesting. Let's disable them. I don't know what's going on. So they should be firing off when I get close by. We also need to fix Fresnel on these. I don't know. On this scene, Fresnel shows, but over here there's no Fresnel, so I need to find out why. Just another Unity thing, I guess. My guess is that it exists on a camera that is not being shown here. So it might just be something as simple as doing this. Camera rig. Nope, we still... Maybe depth texture needs to be turned on? Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, gotcha. There we go. So that should now fix the issue that I was having. Yep, there we go. It's all camera shenanigans. Okay. Because I knew I had changed this to multiplicative, and it should be showing the same. So even though that we've dissolved the tree and whatnot, the reality is that, or the leaves for the tree, we're still showing this, or this is still rendering, or considering the stuff. It's rendering on a pass that's before we dissolve the tree. So it is still getting the colors. So you could easily just change its rendering sort. I didn't want to bother, and I just multiplied it instead of adding color, which makes it preserve the original color. From the... Okay. There is, like, zero good news. Well, I mean, this is good news over here. That's it. Alright, so let's just fix the camera, so that's always a thing. There we go. Next... Interesting. What would this game look like in orthographic? That's crazy. That's crazy. Alright. Interesting. Alright, we're good. I think that's all the camera stuff we want to goof around with. Actually. I forgot this was even here. This is part of, like, if I remember correctly, the URP, the new Unity 6 URP settings for scaling the resolution for, like, objects that are just, like, really distant. It's supposed to save you. Like, I haven't used it yet, but it's supposed to save you on performance. Let's find out why the enemies didn't spawn. I mean, I obviously I must have turned something off. So it's just. So let's just follow the track. Right now, I think. Oh, I think I turned it off. We can just find out. No, it's right here. Generate spawns. Generate spawn points. I think we need to actually tell it to turn on. I think I did that. Register spawns, enable spawn points. I think we need to call this. There should be like a static call though. Register spawn point. I think we turned it off. I just need to. Right. Oh, I see. Right. So then when we do register, on register point, invoke. Register spawn. Okay, good. I think we're doing some type of distance check here somewhere. No. How do we know? I know I have something that is tracking the distance that the player is from the spawn point. I'm just hoping that it's not on the spawn point. If it is, it's no problem, but I usually wouldn't do that. Warm enemies. Okay, I think we just need to enable warm enemies again. Oh, here it is. Run logic. Okay. Where's this happening? Spawn updater. Where are we? Oh, this is the combat manager. Okay, gotcha. So I think what the problem is that we never get to this registration because these are coming in disabled. Okay, so we do register here. So these should be registered automatically. Right, and we are seeing them there. So they are registering. Interesting. So then let's go back to the combat manager. Let's close a bunch of this stuff because I want to be focused in. Like, unless it absolutely needs to be open, I don't want to see it. Even these, like, when I need them, then I'll worry about them. For right now. Okay, there we go. Okay. Yeah, so where are we on this? We handled the registration here. This will now, it should. So the question that I have is, when does the combat manager find out about this? Combat manager is checking active spawn points. How do we know what the active spawn points are? We have register spawn over here. When does this happen? So in Awake, we have register spawn point. Just over here. So we have register spawn point here. But nothing is calling it. That's the problem. Got it. Okay. So there we go. You just do here combat manager dot register. There we go. And we should also over here we don't have an on register. Oh, I see. So we were doing it here, but we disabled it for some reason. I don't know why. So maybe we wanted to do it through this and not let the individual spawn points have to worry about registering? Is that what it was? Why did I do it that way? I think I might have gotten confused and then turned this off accidentally. That's what I'm thinking happened. So yeah, I think that's what happened. Like, I think I was trying to just disable the start coroutine for the warming and completely forgot. Or maybe I just intended to turn it off for some reason. So maybe that's what it was. But I think we still need to warm the enemies. Yeah, we still need to warm the enemies. Okay, so let's go back to this and we can remove it from this. Okay, there. So it was just that we disabled it here for some reason. I don't know why I did that. It's been a while since I've messed with this code. Okay, so this needs to track one more thing. All right. Okay. So I want to add in something here that will let this know to reset. Right? So basically, it's two commands that need to happen. One, a reset command for this spawn point where it will get rid of any of its spawned enemies and allow itself to spawn them again if needed. But this is going to depend on what happens with enemy behavior when we defeat an enemy. So do we destroy the enemy? I don't think so. I think we should just disable them. This is going to then lead into other things that we need to do, such as the ability to bring an enemy back with its template stats. Right now we get away with just doing an instantiate on it. But we have no lazy initialization process, I think. I think we do. Let me see. Interesting. And then we return the actor. Right, when we do warm enemies, how do we handle it? Interesting. I don't think we even use these. The heck? So when we warm... Oh, I think I was in the middle of transitioning this over, is what it was. I didn't want to warm the enemies anymore. Hey, good morning, RC. What's going on, man? I'm just trying to remember where I was on this code. I completely forgot. I know I was still finishing this script up. I just can't remember the where I was before. Like, I know what I need to do though, but I don't want to have had a better idea and accidentally go back and then do that idea when I had already done it. So I'm just reading through my code a little bit to see where I was at. Oh, I see what I was doing. Okay. So this is in the case like we need to spawn a non-enemy NPC or something like that. Right? We can still use the spawn points to try to like... So we could do something like get near a spawn point to a position and then... Or piggyback this whole spawning system to find a safe position to spawn something. This will guarantee us no matter what that we will be tapping the ground around an area. Which is pretty cool. Right, so like if we wanted to spawn like a boss within a specific group of enemies, we could do that through this. That's what this is about. We might make a different one for just like generally just positioning an actor somewhere in the map, but for now we don't need it. Okay. So really it's this that's going off. And then from there, once we enter the area spawn enemies, we'll go off. Then sets the enemies to active. So this is our lazy initialization right here. And we do have a small issue that I want to address, which is this. Generate spawn points. There we go. Because it was dumping them in the persistent scene before. So this at least ensures they won't be. Okay, now enemies should spawn and everything should look alright again. Alright. Or maybe not. Did I forget to save? No, we saved. Maybe we don't go through this process. Let's just check. Anyway, you doing good, Steppin'? Okay, so it is going off. Interesting. Okay, so this is happening. This is a thing. So something is setting this to true. What's happening? Yeah, the only place that does that is here. What the heck is going on here, man? Okay, so it's not the warming that's the problem. The logic seems to be fine there. So then where is it? The only other place that I could think of to cause this would be here. But we didn't change any of this, I think. Find out. Actually, hold on. Break this down into steps. That's alright, man. Okay, there we go. So something's going on here that we need to find out if there's a gate on this. Looks like there is. Oh, let's find out what that gate is. Is it the actor that's returning null? Or is we not getting here? Alright. I know we just turned it on, so we should be getting a connection no matter what, but... Okay, so AA is a thing. So it's not the player. It's this thing right here. What's going on here? Where is it getting that information? Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, they are registering properly. So then what's the problem? Oh. Active spawn points. Yeah, no, we did that. Hmm. Okay. Interesting. So what should be happening is the spawn points that we're spawning are registering to my combat manager. And then each point we're using what's called a hash set here, which is going to prevent duplicates of these spawn points. But if internally it'll create a hash of this point that's going to be unique. And if we fail to add one, that just means that there's already a hash in there. So what we're doing is, by getting back false on this, Yeah, by getting back false on this, we're just going to return. It means that we had a hash collision, so that means that we tried to add something that's already inside of this collection. Outside of that, if it goes through, then whatever we've added here, this new collection, we convert it to an array and then put it into this. The reason why is because we can't really iterate through a hash set. It's not in... I mean, we could try. Let me see. I don't think we can. Give me a second. I don't think we can do this. Yeah, we can't. Okay. Right? Yeah, we can't. Can't apply indexing. So we have to convert it over to... we have to convert it over to this array. The problem is that we don't know. We don't know what's the amount of spawn points that we're going to get will be. So we're just using this to dynamically create a array and then pass it back to this. And this will just be resized to whatever this should be, ideally. It was working, but something is happening here that's making this stay at a length of 1. So only one of them is being added, according to what I'm picking up here. This part. So we're getting closer to the actual problem. So I just need to figure out why this is not doing what it should do. So let's check to see if we're even adding new spawn points. It would be weird, but it's possible that we're just getting hash collisions between every spawn point. That's statistically impossible. That's what it says it's doing. All right, let's do it. Let's do it a different way.
Tell me what's been going on. Tell me what's been going on. I was so caught up thinking about myself, never took time to listen. Couldn't see that you were going through hell, now you're cold and distant. You say you're fine, but your heart is bleeding.
Okay, there we go.
Tell me what's been going on. Tell me what's been going on. Won't you tell me now? You never answer when I call.
Okay, there we go. So we have to do it this way because we're doing iterations and we're resizing this dynamically. If it was the case where we just never had to resize this, then I would just use a list. But it's because we're constantly adding and removing from the active spawn points. We don't know when we're going to be removing a spawn point, basically, or adding a new one. It might be maybe there's some story event, maybe an enemy comes in, shoots a fireball, creates a crater, and suddenly there's a whole new batch of types of enemies that'll spawn there, and we want to dynamically put the spawn points that these enemies are, so they'll never in the same place. Like every time the player plays it, the enemies are in different positions. So that's basically how this is set up to handle it. That's effectively what I'm testing out right now. So this should be working. Let's find out. Let's actually do this. Okay. I mean, it'll be obvious that it's working when enemies are spawning again, but I don't know why that stopped working. But again, it's been... No. What the heck? Is the same... Okay, we need to track this. Where is this coming from? Right. Right. So each one of them should be pushing their own... And then it goes here, and then here. I don't get it, brother. I don't get it at all. Get rid of this. Like, if we're getting to here, that means that we're adding a new... What am I missing? Hold on. Because no matter what, there should be one for each instance ID, no matter what. We're doing add here. And this is there something purging this each time? Like, what's happening? There has to be something somewhere that's purging spawn points. Oh, I think this is being called. I think that's what's happening. This is the only place that's there. So why is it... Ugh. You know what? Let's change this then. If that's what's causing the problem, then let's change this. Right, when we destroy this spawn point is when we will get rid of it. Okay. Now we should be perfectly fine. I think it was disabling it at some point, which is removing them. Yeah, there we go. Are enemies around now, or what? Nope. But that's fine. Because this is saying that we have 1, 2, 10 enemy spawn points. Which is fine. So we got past that part. Now we're in A. So something is calling spawned enemies or not warmed.
Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me
Alright, we're going to get rid of this gate for now. We're going to bring this back to the state it was before I messed with it a second ago.
inside my own world of make-believe? Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire
Oh my
spreading
goodness.
all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
Alright. At least we know that these two are working. uh, okay. So this part is going off now. Awesome. So we've gotten here. So let's see if we get here. Oh, whoops. What the heck? Alright, now let's see if we're getting there. Alright. My suspicion is that warmed is not going off, because that's another thing that I messed with. So yeah, see, warmed is false. Okay. I might have accidentally removed the flag for warmed, but this is working. This is now where we're at. So when we warm these, this should have spawned enemies count is supposed to be greater than. Okay. Let's just do a debug log here on right. This goes off once. Warmed enemies. We check if the count is greater than 0. If it is, then we are warmed and we spawn we're prepared to spawn enemies when the spawner comes around. So when basically, once the spawner is made, we warm the enemies in the spawner. They're there. They're just invisible and inactive and initialized. When the player gets near enough to that spawn point, it then spawns the enemies. Marks enemies spawned as true. Right? And then it activates those enemies after finding the correct position to place them. So at this point, we don't know where they're going to be placed. Over here is where we say, okay, this is where we're going to put them. And then we activate them, and they do their thing. Uh, okay. ¿Por qué? Alright. Get rid of this real quick. Okay, let's try this again. I'm not sure what's happening there. We're gonna get rid of that altogether, though. My thoughts. Okay. So it is getting to this. You know what? We're gonna just delete this. And just do this dot run logic. Simplify this a lot. Okay. Oh, I could have sworn we put debug.log here. Oh wait, I'm a dummy. We put it here, and this didn't show up. It came up nothing. That's what it was. So worm enemies is not getting to this part. Is not getting to that part. And we call worm enemies over here in start coroutine. You know what? Let's do it over here. Right? Because I think what's happening is when we enable, at some place we must be disabling it. So I guess that we're enabling it, maybe positioning it. I don't know, but something is enabling it and then disabling it. It might be getting instanced into the scene, enabled. That's probably what's happening. And then we disable it before that. And it's triggering this enable, which is throwing start coroutine. But since a coroutine is running and then we disable it, the coroutine stops running mid-go. And then by the time we enable it again, it's just, I guess it's hung up on its own. I don't know. It's doing weird behavior at that point. So at least in start, we can get to it after it does its enable shenanigans. That's the idea. Nope. Like you put that inside of formed enemies. Yeah, see right here. I think this is what's killing it. Basically, we told it to wait for a second before, and during this time is where we get disabled, and that's throwing this off, I think. Okay, so I think like the code here is going to be fine after we resolve this. So we can get rid of these. I hate this type of stuff, though. Yeah, we're not even starting the coroutine. What the heck? Okay. This is so weird. Where is it? Scene.
Qu'est-ce qui m'arrive? Qu'est-ce que je représente? Qui je suis, putain? Va falloir que je me lève.
Oh, whoops. I think they're over here. I'm like looking at the other screen to try to find out how to get to them. Yep, there they are. Okay. Alright, so we know that the code will work. It's something happening. I need to find out what's messing around with the enable and disable for this stuff. Because it's happening way too often. So let's take a look. The only place that is messing with this, or should be messing with this, is in the spawn generator. But let's just check here to see if there's anything enable. Okay, so nothing in here is messing with it. Okay, so yeah, I think this is it. Nothing should be calling it, though. So nothing is over here messing with it. Interesting. But this is, I think, where the problem is. So let's just keep looking. Yeah, that's the only, this is the only place. So I think what's happening is after we instantiate it, it's coming in active, and then we're setting it, it's active to false. So let's go back to Unity and look at our prefabs and our spawn point. I think it's under dungeons. Yep, there it is. So we're going to make sure that this thing is disabled at start. Okay. So now let's try it and see if that fixes the problem. Okay. This is odd. Okay, good. Alright, so now I think I get the next problem is we need to actually tell it to warm these. I see what I was doing now. Move this over here. Hey, what's going on, Nipple? Your speakers are off? Okay. When would be a good time to turn this thing on? I think the moment that we are finished with it here, we should just turn it on. So I think what we should do is actually do it right here. Right? And if my memory of what should be happening now is correct, it's going to warm the enemies up for us. And once we get near enough to it, we can get rid of this. We know this code works now. Right? So we could actually move this out of start back to this, which we did. There. Now, I don't know what was setting its activity to false before. I still didn't find where that was happening. Let's check the combat manager. It shouldn't be doing anything like that. It should only be handling running the logic. Right? Like this. So then we run logic here. Warm should already be happening. And it has, each one of them have their own detection range before they'll spawn the enemies. Okay. I feel like as if we've hit all of the angles that I could possibly hit. Walking through it, it looks okay. By setting it default to being off, we now have more control over what it does when it's active. So we can set the timing ourselves. There we go. Alright, cool beans. Is all working again now. Now we can get into what we actually wanted to get into today. So so we need to actually run this. This is going to be a little bit tricky to set up because we didn't unit test it, but it's fine. Okay. Move ourselves over here. Ah, it broke. Okay. Come on. There we go. Yes, got it. Okay. Okay, so I think combat target is just the transform, right? So what is this exactly again now? This is it. Got it. Okay, so now that I have what this is, I can just bring it out. Called combat target clone, so it has to be a prefab somewhere. Combat target? Yep, there it is. Ugh. Maybe we should add it here. No. I could have sworn... Oh, there it is. Like, I couldn't remember what the heck the name of it was. If I have a shape. Otherwise, we have to jump into a sprite and make one. I don't recall ever seeing a shape that would match what I'm looking... Oh, no, that's something else. Actually, let's try it out, see what it looks like before I just say no. Okay, 90. Yeah, no good. This is not a perfect circle. At all. It is way too finicky. There we go. Okay. So we can say that this is maybe 3, 5. 3, 6. Around there. About 4 or 5. How does that look overall? Well, let's get rid of... Oh, actually, yeah. I think it's too dark. Not even centered properly. I don't even understand how that works. There's no offset on these either. It's just straight up. These are not. Okay, there we go.
Visions of you.
Interesting. So, hear me out. What I'm thinking of doing is turning this into a health bar. For the enemies. Let me see if I have a better ring or circle. Need like a torus shape like that one. That one is really good. It's just could be better, I think. Probably just good enough to just make one. This one's pretty cool, but doesn't match what we're looking. Like, if I wanted to just... You know what? Let me see. No. Nope, we don't have one. That's the only one that we have that has, like, a ring. So, yeah, it looks like we have to make one. Normally, I don't stream Asebrite stuff. Generally because it usually takes like a minute, and I just haven't bothered connecting Asebrite that way. Like, pop in Asebrite, do something for like 1 minute, and then come back out. It's kind of pointless. I found a nice one. I think I'm just going to use this. We need to... Well, I mean, we could just divide it in Unity, I guess. So let's do that. So let's go to Art. Guess it's going to be under UI. Yeah, this is perfect for it. All right.
Two's company, we're limited. In the air,
Interesting. Okay, so I have to do some editing on this. I bet. Be a sec.
I seen the end before the beginning, but I began anyway. I began.
Let's open it in Sprite.
'Cause all it took was a love, and for you to say.
It's a little annoying. But there we go. That's the only annoying part about Sprite. It doesn't, for some stuff like this, it won't naturally just give me the transparency option. Like, you have to teach Sprite how to do transparency each time. A little annoying. A little annoying. I just never figured out why they did that. Yeah, doesn't even work. Okay. So I have to do this. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Almost perfect. One sec. We need to up the tolerance. There we go. Oh. There we go. Beautiful. Is there a layer on this? Like, it's crazy work right now, how annoying that is. Alright, let's see if that fixes it. Save. Nope. Okay, so we have to just import the whole new... What is this one called? Circle Sprite Sheet?
She's a itty bitty spider with a itty bitty letter and a string jacket round her waist. When she gets a bite, you better run, you better hide, better prove that you're not worth the chase. Yeah, she might be pretty, but I promise it gets scary. Once you daddy and she finds out where you live.
Let's replace it. Okay.
Eating poisoned apples. She's nothing like you ever seen. Her mood goes up and down and round and round, and ain't no telling what she might do next. 'Cause she's a itty bitty spider with a itty bitty letter, and she might just come for you. Should always sleep with one eye open. You better keep
And replace this one.
always look over your shoulder. 'Cause when
There we go.
think you're safe, just stay awake. She's moving closer.
Beautiful. Okay.
Itty bitty spider with a itty bitty letter, and she might just come for you.
There it is. Okay.
She's a snake
Oh, whoops. Thought I got rid of that. 0.5. 0.5. Now we could be really, we could really, like, I could be super easy on myself right now and just do something like this. Yeah. Oops. There we go. Okay. Do that. This is the way that it wants to be done. There we go. I think this is still a little bit too chunky. I think it's too chunky for the inner frame. And I guess we could just run it and see what it looks like on an enemy. Let's disable this. I'm too lazy to actually hook this into any type of code, so we're just going to leave it on. And let's just run it, see what it looks like. Because I'm not sold exactly on what this looks like yet. We also need to disable it. There we go. I think actually I'm going to change my idea. Instead of doing a shader for the targeting, I'm going to leave the targeting as is and just have the sprite represent the health. Thanks, Isaac. Thank you. So... let me see what's going on here. Thank you very much, Izzy. That actually helps. I'm gonna try it without using its secondary order and see what happens. What does it look like now? Looks the same. And I'm not actually getting the kind of control on the size that I would like. Regardless. Okay. Alright. I don't like it. I mean, I like it, but I don't like the way that this is set up over here. I like the visual, though, but I need to change this. Which is going to involve some programming. I'm trying to think of any way to get around this without having to open up my IDE. Okay. But hear me out. This is what's going to probably have to happen. I'm going to probably make a world canvas. And we are probably going to be slapping this on the world canvas. And it is going to have, instead of this frame being here, it's just going to be an empty transform that is going to represent the position that this should have. Before we do all of that, though, I want to see if I have options. So let's check this out. Okay. Yeah, no bueno. One sec. I do this on and off. So I say this project probably started in January-ish, but I probably invested maybe a month and a half, maybe 2 months into it so far. And I'm still like redoing certain things. But it's coming along slowly but surely. Because I have another project, I have 2 other projects, and maybe a 4th one coming up that I kind of like dip into every now and then. I kind of mix up the bag so that way I don't get too overwhelmed. Like when I start getting overwhelmed, that's when I move to the next thing instead. Okay, so we're going to end up needing to... I wonder if I do this canvas. There we go. And we can set this to being the world space and using the main camera.
I'ma break your neck.
Okay, there. So we can get rid of this now. Let's bring these back so I can actually see where it is. And we're going to add a component.
Yeah, it's your boy Shits.
We need to put this inside of camera scope. Give me 1 second, because I want to be able to actually see what's happening here. Alright, let's delete this canvas for right now, so I can more easily move this around. Where is this camera at now? I think it's like over on the left side somewhere.
I'ma break your neck.
Like looking somewhere. Alright, I just need to look for like a patch. Is this it? No. I mean, I could just click the oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, there. Makes it easier to just see what is going on with this thing when I make changes. Now we introduce canvas, change it to world space. That. Then we're going to introduce the UI panel. Make sure this is not stretched to fit. Add the image. And there we go. Circle. I have no clue if this is looking right. I don't normally mess with the, I don't normally get a chance to really mess with world canvas, but we should be able to, from what I remember, we should be able to see what's happening here, down here, at runtime. But let's just run it and see what happens. So first, let's disable this. And let's apply all. Okay. And let's see what happens. Okay, so yeah, it's not appearing as it should. It's appearing as it wants to. We need it to appear right here. So I think we can... I don't know what's going to happen if I do this, but let's see. I think we still have to keep it within that area. I'm pretty sure. But whatever. Alright, and then we just need to make this huge. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. We need to rotate this, though. There we go. Now, we could use this canvas for other things. But I think I don't want to. Like, we could display more battle information, like status effects on the on that target, things like that. Let's see what it looks like. So far, we've managed to avoid my IDE while using Unity's, nice. Okay, awesome. And that now simplifies this whole process. Since we don't need to worry about this anymore, we can just actually get it right here. Oh, whoops. This whole thing should not be clickable. I don't know why. Constantly, Unity's forgetting that I keep setting it to not clickable. There we go. There we go. Okay. So the first thing is we just need this. We need to zero out everything. Here. Okay. Second thing is we turn raycasting off on these. And the next thing is we want to increase this. Maybe let's actually make this visible. This is a lie. This is we all saw that this was a massive lie. We all know that this is not true. Anyway, like if I run this now, it's not gonna look that way at all. I think I need to go here real quick and change this back to being tight, and maybe that'll fix it. Alright, let's disable this and let's check one more time. where are the enemies? Oh, there we go. Yeah, you see, it's not... That's BS. That number... That visualization is incorrect, no matter what. Yeah, I don't mind it, but it's still wrong. There's a quick way to find out why that's wrong, though. Let's, might be something in the code that's resizing the parent, but even still, it should be relative. Where are you? Combat target. Oh, that's not actually it. I know it's in this... it's in this area. Is it under managers? Yep, here it is. Combat target holder. Nope. Parent size is perfectly fine. And this has not been adjusted by the code. Neither has this. Neither has that. So it's legitimately just giving me a different size in play mode than in editor. Just on its own. That's crazy. Whatever. So anyway, what does that mean? I don't know. It means we have to get janky with it, I guess. Do that, I guess. So let's increase the width. I don't know why this is so large. Hold on a second. Bring the set back up to 100. There we go. Okay, has no impact. Good. Awesome. Okay. So we're going to increase this by, let's say, 1.25. That should get me where I think would be good. Again, this is impossible to really tell because it's not doing what it should do. Or maybe it is, and I'm just using it wrong. Okay, that's better. I think 1.25 is a little bit too big, but still. We have a good understanding of the scale now. So that's good. We're going to go with 1.15, and that'll be it. Okay. So now, because we did it this way, we get the option of doing this without having to implement new code. Nice. Okay. Let's start from the top, and let's do it clockwise. Oh, that's not right. Let's fix that. It should be negative 90. There we go, negative 90. Okay. What the heck? Okay. There we go. Is it rotated? No, it's not. We just need to get this right the first time, because if we do drop stuff on this canvas later, we need to make sure the canvas is in a predictable angle. So it needs to be in sync with however Unity wants to handle it. So right now the fill origin is the top, but it's treating it like as if that's the right. Okay, I see. There we go. Nice. Okay. So if this is going to be red, the lag bar right, lag bar has to go above it. Yep. So if the health bar goes down, then we have the lag bar, which will go down after it. Nice. Make this a little bit less interesting. Okay, good enough. I'm not sure if we want to introduce the displaying the enemy stamina. I think I want to keep the enemies as simple as possible to deal with. Later on, we might add like an outer bar for like if they have shields or things like that. Like, and those will be like much thinner, like a thin blue bar going around this for like if it has like a shield or mana or something protecting it additionally. Alright, but this is supposed to be representative of how far until that enemy is knocked out or deleted, whatever. Alright, let's take a look at what that looks like on the player now, or rather, on the enemy. Okay, awesome. So, and we still have enough room to make that like smaller if we wanted to, or we could just make the bars thinner because it's using the same sprite. So changing one would change them both. Yeah, that looks good. All right. Thank you very much, Sebi. Now we have to get into some programming. We need to program in that bar. We also need to program in the combat manager's the way. So there's two ways the combat manager is doing damage. The first way is for the player or NPCs that maybe even bosses might operate this way. But effectively, all enemies are kind of working off of the same system. And the idea behind it is this red bar for more simple enemies like trash enemies, basically. We don't want to give so much information, or we don't need to give so much information unless there's something unique about them. And so just condensing all of that information into just being a red bar that goes down, I think is much better for the game. The player really shouldn't need to worry about, oh, you've wounded this enemy's head or things like that. If it's a special enemy of some sort where it's going to be around for a little bit longer, like a boss or a sub-boss or something like that, then fine. Or another maybe rival NPC that's very similar to the player kind of thing. Outside of that, let's get into some programming for this. What do you use for their art? So most of the art is just like stuff that I scrounge around. Could be off of itch or whatever, but if I need to, like what I just did a second ago, like I'll go into Sprite and then make manipulations to the art to fit the project, and then just so to answer the question, Sprite. That's what I use. It's pretty cheap. It's like $12, and it's pretty useful. There's just quirks about it like anything else. A lot of people, they use Photoshop instead, but Sprite is very fast for me. I can go in. I spent the time to learn it, so it's just what I use. For something like this, though, I mostly use it for like finishing touches on things that, like, I might have found something on itch, like this health bar thing over here. Right? Like, this is just an itch thing, but I only really needed like one of them. But it was bad to begin. Well, not bad. It was not what I needed for this project to begin with. So I just went into itch, changed it a bit, and then came back and then just used what I needed from it. I don't need the rest of this stuff. I just needed that one circle. Or I could have just drawn the circle, but then if I drew the circle on Sprite, then I would have to worry about things like, is this big enough or not? When I'm still going to have to worry about that maybe tomorrow, but right now I just wanted something to test very quickly. And so this got it done. That's basically it. So I'm still going to have to make another sprite, 2 other sprites for this. One is going to be this kind of circle. The other one is going to be this kind of circle, but thinner. And probably a third one also, like a very thin version of it. And there's a reason for that. But for right now, this is fine. So hopefully that answers your question, Sebi. Let's get into some programming for this now. No problem. I know what it was like at the very beginning also. So it's okay, dude. That's why I do these streams. Okay, so let's get into some coding. So the combat target generally is not supposed to care about what the health of the enemy is. So we're going to not mess with the combat target. It's doing everything that it needs to do. We need something else, possibly on the panel level for this. So let's actually call this health panel, health circle. Right? And I think we already have a health bar script. So add component, health bar. Do we have one? UI bar? Is that it? Yep, this is it. Okay. So this doesn't care about anything, really. It'll just take whatever source we give it. So let's do the white back is supposed to be the lag bar, and the health bar is going to be right here. So we just need to now ensure that whatever we hit with the combat target, whatever is our, because you've noticed like when I move my mouse over a specific enemy, it will move the combat target. So there's something telling the combat target to move to that enemy. So at the same time, we also then need to hook in the this UI bar to that enemy, and that's it. Ahmed thought about Smack Studio for the art. You would still be able to use 2D pixel art, but animate them to fit the 3D world. Smack Studio, that sounds familiar. Are they the ones with the are they the ones with the kind of like 2D bone characters? Is that what it is? It just sounds so familiar. I have to look it up. I think they're the ones with like they made the fighting game, and it has like they have like a 2D art sprite generator or something like that, if I remember correctly. It's like a Smash Brothers style fighting game or something. Okay. What is this update about? I have no clue why it's updating at the same time as running coroutines. I have not opened the script in almost a month or two. 2 months, maybe 3 months actually. Holy cow, set bar. But it looks like... What is calling this? So in the player, we do bar, set bar. So we get a bar. I see. Okay. So we inject this, is what you're saying. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, I see why I did it that way now. Okay, got it. Animate the bar. Set the value. Okay. Why aren't we doing that? We are doing it down here. Oh, okay. So this is the one, we're just not using this. We turned this off completely. So for whatever reason, we decided that we wanted the white bar to be on update. Got it. So that's the confusing. So let's get rid of that then. There might be a reason why. Yeah, I see I disabled it here too, so it must have been something I was testing. Which is fine. I don't want to dig up that fight right now. There's no reason to pick that battle. So let's just... The main thing that I need to figure out here is how this wants to be treated. I think what it wants to do is... Unfortunately, why is it doing this on bar full? It's not even using it. Oh no, it is. Okay. There's some weird stuff happening here. Like, why am I doing this? There's only one way to really find out. Oh, I see. I see. This is in case other things. Gotcha. All right. So then the important call is actually this. So this bar doesn't actually care who it represents. It's just going to take in a value and represent that value. Which is fantastic. That's how it's set up. Got it. So all we have to do is just get a reference to the bar, pass in the value when the enemy takes hit using set value, and that's the end of it. Let's take a look at the combat target and see what it's doing. Because there's some way that the combat target is finding out who its target is. So we can just do this. So that's where we inject that. And so it's getting its target here, which is more than good enough. So we can just do health bar. Oh, we can just do it this way. Come on. There we go. I don't like this. So what I was doing, or about to do, is I was going to make it so that way this health bar would listen to that enemy. But that's not what we want to happen here. What we want is for the health bar to be able to swap enemies. So, actually, no. Let's do it this way. This is fine. Okay. Let's actually bring this over here. And let's do it this way. Okay, there we go. So basically, if we have a current target already, then we do the rest of this, which is we try to get that target's entity, and then we remove this listener from that target's health. And then the new target, we basically just do the inverse. We are going to add the listener to it. So let's actually go to... Well, actually, we can just do it this way. Instead of doing this, we can just do get... whoops. We don't need to create a method. Should we create a method just for adding the listener? I don't think so. I think it makes it too complicated. No, I think we're good. I think we should do the listener. I think we should do the listener. Listener is good. Alright, because then we can overload the listener. So let's do that. Okay. Let's have this return a bool also. What is this returning now? Oh, it's a Unity action. Okay. Should still work. There we go. I always thought that these were inheriting, but apparently they're different. So that's a thing. And let's do an overload.
What does it mean to be happy? 'Cause it looks like we all don't know. Glass half full or empty. Man, we just putting on the show. Try to look to the heavens to tell us things that we beg to know. Like what did the song mean? There's no tomorrow. Oh, you know, I try to find a purpose in my life to drive me, to guide me. Oh, doctor, I feel dead inside.
Ah, darn it. You can do that in GD script. Kinda sucks you can't do it here. Oh, wait, maybe I can. I'm just being silly. No, it won't work. It won't work. You need it to be dynamically typed. That's, yeah, okay. You use Mac Studio, Sebi? Decent. I mean, I'll look at it. As if it's not adding too much to the, too much to the workflow that is like distracting, I don't mind. Right? I like things that are just plug and play. If it makes me have to open up a textbook to for me to implement it into my workflow, might not be worth the time. Like, that's the most important thing for me right now. It's just time. I need to give it a wrapper. Because this is not going to work. These are two completely... This is going to create unique delegates. So... I feel like... What if I do this? And we just pass through game stat. And then inside of that, we do this. There we go. There we go. And so now we can cache this for when we want to return it for the listener to be removed.
Just let me see where I could be if destiny would take me flying. Gold, I'm falling.
Well, actually, we don't need to do that here.
All these stars covered up by the dark, facing away.
Yeah, we just needed to do it here. This was the problem. So, in short, what's happening here is we're passing through a delegate, which will then be checked. Well, in this one, we don't need to worry about checking, because this is a direct thing. But over here, we're actually going to be passing through the delegate. Then we're going to wrap that delegate, because this delegate is useless for us right now. And we don't want to cache it inside of this, because this has nothing to... This really doesn't need to care about what these events are. What needs to care is the thing that's actually trying to pass the event through. That's where we want to store the information about this event. This is a manager, but it's a manager for stats, not a manager for the communication between the things that care about stats. So, in other words, a UI element should not be giving its information to the manager for stats. A stat would, but nothing, not the other way. So we create a new wrapper here for this. We pass in game stat, so that way Unity knows, or C# knows, that this is supposed to be a game stat that we're doing a callback on to get the points up. And so this will now just take it into a primitive type of float instead of using our game stat wrapper, and then pass it back. So now on the outside of this, we can store this, and then pass it back over here. Because that's what this is. And when we pass it back here, we will just remove... Well, actually, technically, we'd be passing it back here. This will just remove it from here. But in reality, I don't think this is even needed. Yeah, this isn't even needed, honestly. So let's get rid of that. Hey, Relinquish, what's going on, man? Right, because this is pointless to us. Because we're always going to be returning back a game stat. This is going to give us the game stat that we should return. This will just take a game stat when we want to add it, but when we want to remove, this is how we do it. We only need one way to remove. Excellent. Okay, so let's test this out and see what happens. Go back to the UI bar. Well, actually, we have to go to the combat targeter. And we do remove. What we want to do, actually, let's do it right here. We want to do Unity engine. Events, Unity action, game stat. Okay. So, and now we just pass through the last stat. Right? And this is going to make last stat is going to be equal to that. Pretty simple. Right? So now we can ensure that our health bar is going to know about this. And I think that's actually everything that we need for the UI side. Actually, that might be everything that we need totally. It depends on if the enemies even know. It depends on if the enemies even know that they're being hit, though. I don't think we hooked that part in. So let's go to the combat manager again. And we know that the combat manager likes to send an event at the end of its stuff about how much damage it should be doing to the things that were involved in the damage process. So that would be handled before damage, I think? No, this is just pop. Wait, is it actually sending? Oh, it is invoking. Okay. So it is invoking an event. So is anything listening to this is the question, right? Before itself got hurt. Because if something's listening to this, then so we need to look at, where would I look at? I think we probably want to look at the actor. I don't think we want Entity to worry about that kind of the combat manager stuff. So let's look at the actor. Take a look at it. Okay, so this is it. And it looks like Hurt does have 2 references. So we don't need this, actually. We don't need to call this. Because this, I think we're going to hook in the before and after over here. I mean, it's very easy for me to tell what var is because I can just look here. Or I could just hover over it and it'll tell me that it's a game element. Right, generally speaking, I don't care too much because I already know what's over here. Or again, I could just hover over it. I get what you're saying, though. It's just that, like, if I cast something actor here, I know this is an actor. So it's kind of, like, redundant to be doing that. Right? Like, if I do actor here, it doesn't mean that I don't have to do actor over here. I'm still going to have to cast this as actor. Right? C# doesn't automatically... Even though it's statically typed, it won't actively try to cast this from whatever type it is, iCombatant, to actor. So then I'm just ending up giving myself more things to type. As far as readability goes, I mean, again, if the type is literally on the right, maybe if somebody doesn't know how to read this, then I guess it might... I don't know. I just, like, even when I go back to old, like, this is old code for me, technically, because I haven't really been in this for, what, like 3-4 months? And I don't really have an issue with it. So I'm going to challenge you on that one. I'm going to say, no, I don't think so. I think it's pretty simple, because I can just look over here, see game element, and know that this is a game element type. Right? Like, calculate parameter might be a little bit rougher. But then again, it just says float right here, so I know that this has to be a float. but I picked up using var more often for internal, obviously, from using basically Godot, because in GDScript you predominantly are typing using var, but actually in GDScript, I'm more likely to not use var because it's a dynamically typed language, and I like there's legitimately zero way of telling what's on the right hand or what's on the left hand by looking at what's on the right hand. So I have to type. That actually forces me to type this statically. Believe it or not, that's even though GDScript is supposed to be the dynamically typed language and C# is supposed to be the statically typed language. Okay, so this is doing something like here. This is something else. So this is more the wound system that we had made previously. This is the actual damage calculation. Ultimately, I think it's because I worked in GDScript Relinquished. That's the reason why I can read it from both sides. But I get what you mean. Like, before I worked in GDScript, yes, I would always statically type these out. But after working in GDScript, where then I have to look on the right-hand side, to me, the left-hand side or the right-hand, it's kind of like being ambidextrous in that way. I could work with either one. Yeah, GDScript broke my brain. Could do a YouTube video on that one. How GDScript broke my brain. Let's see. Okay, so it looks like our actual damage flow is happening right here in calculate damage, which is pretty cool, and it's returning a float. We just need to find out what this float is that it's returning. So it's only called in one place right now. So let's find out what this is. Because I legit have no clue. Like, at least let's read the code first and see like what's happening here. So we have an amount and it's returning the amount. So the amount is initially calculated when we do the calculation for the parameters for the damage that we're putting in. Then we calculate the elemental variations to the damage. And then we select body parts, it looks like. And we pass in the amount of damage. So effectively, the amount of damage that we do to the various body parts are calculated over here. Then we apply the damage to those various body parts, whatever the selected body part is that we're hitting. And then we do apply damage. What is apply damage doing? Apply damage is stamina gets that amount. Apply wound. Okay, so if stamina points. Okay. Good. We might benefit from making some of these static calls instead of just throwing them into the calculate damage. Again, this was working fine for just testing, but now we have to be a little bit cleaner about the approach. So this is just good for just making sure that this entire thing is running properly, which it seems to be. There's no errors that I'm getting or anything like that. It's just not actually applying anything because we don't hook in that part. But we still need to get granular about which ones enemies actually utilize. So we do have add knockback. What is this doing? Defender, apply knockback. So it is just doing things. So do we even need events to handle this? We could just do something like defender hurt and then call that a day. It generates a damage number. Then we can do Fender, hurt, and just pass in the amount. I think this is a solid approach. And over here, we can just do float, amount. Okay, there. And since this is virtual, we can now go to the enemy script and say that does it have hurt? Yes, it does. Okay. Hurt routine. Okay, so this is just the animation for hurting. We're going to apply for this. So this is good because now we can break it down further so specific enemies can behave differently towards how they're hurt. Some of them might have health bars that they want to inform. That's what we're about to do here. Some of them might have stamina and health like the player does, and so on. And, or rather, they might have stamina and wounds. The player has wounds. But for simple, just trash enemies, this is how we're going to do it. So we can just do get entity. Well, actually, we can just do entity, right? Yeah, okay. Entity dot manager. Change. I forgot how to do this. Set. Did I forget to add this to the stat manager? I could have sworn I had like a change in there already. Add, remove, get, change points. Okay, we do have it. Change points. There it is. It just was not coming up. I think it's base stat. Yep, there it is. Health. Minus A. Or actually, I think it might just be... Well, we need to find out what that number is. So... we actually can go here. Let's do this. We don't need this here anymore. If for some reason we need to log what the damage on this weapon is, we could do this in multiple places now, because we have a bunch of events that are all firing off, as well as some calls apparently at the very end. So we're using just about every single trick in the book to communicate across. I don't know why I did that. Oh man, that's funny. I think I must have like gone back into that code maybe like 5 or 6 times and just did it a different way each time. Oh man, that it might be ready to refactor that. I don't feel it right now, but definitely. So I want to know. Well, we already actually know what the number is because the number gets printed for us onto the screen when we attack enemies, so we see that number. Question I have is, do enemies even have health? I don't think they do. I think enemies all have 0 health. I'm pretty sure enemies all have 0 health. Pretty sure they do. Let's go look at entity real quick. Actually, let's look at the actor. Weapon handler. I think these are old, the equipment manager and the... I mean, we still can use it, but they're defunct at this point. They should... These are the ones that are actually active. These are just like stuff that I'm going to connect like these in a sec. I'm just doing other things. Yeah, the refactor on this is like halfway through. But anyway, there has to be a place that I'm doing it. Like, it doesn't make sense that I would not do it. I'm just missing it, looks like. Because I saw when I did it in the spawn manager, so that means that the data has to go somewhere. So the question is, where is it? Unless... Let's look at the spawn manager. Spawn points, rather. Well, no, it wouldn't show it here. It would just show me making the call to it for here for spawning. The entity data. You know what? Look at entity data real quick. It'll tell us where it's being used. Holy cow, 15 references. Not expect that.
Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me.
There it is. Oh, whoops.
Let me go. So I burn so. I can feel you coming like a wildfire.
So we're using it in the entity generator. But it doesn't look like we actually ever pass the information to the entity. Let's look at Unity real quick and see what we did with the entity. We might actually be just building them on the entity to begin with. That's probably why we didn't pass it. Yep. No, this is the animation. Why didn't I do it? What am I doing in its place? Like, there has to be something that I'm missing here. Wait. The definition. I get it. Okay, I see what I did. Because I have to be passing it. Otherwise, I lose all reference. So, it's just a matter of what I passed it as. And I think I brought it to a string. I didn't want to pass the entire object. So where is that string? That's the serializable GUID. Definition. Here it is. Okay, so we could use the definition to get the scriptable object that represents this data. Right? And so we can use that to initialize its stats. So let's actually do that here. Where we do entity initializer. We're going to say this. And is this a public thing, the definition? Public string, yeah, okay. So we do this. And we're doing generate stats. Okay. Okay.
You've been on my way since day one. I wait every day since I'm gone. But the only thing I'm missing, only thing regretting is losing you. I'd rather be since day one. I did it all not too wrong. But in every goddamn racing, I found a demon like inside of my mind. So baby, now we up. Yeah, we're making everything and we gone. And every time we dizzy or drunk, cut and say no.
It looks like we were using something for creating a max inclination on this in order to get the stats to be more randomized. So these enemies do have stats. We just skew the bias. I get what's happening. Okay. We skew it and apply a bias and then skew the bias. That's basically what's happening here. We don't apply any randomization. So really the trick here is the max inclination.
Never meant to say sorry. Si prefieres llamarme cuando quieras, just call me. Si me ves, con que no te esté vibrando el móvil. Si te vas sin retorno, tú cambiaste el entorno. And you wanna return. What you want, what you need from me. Que me falta por decir. Dice, dímelo a mí. Yo no sé nada de ti. What you want, what you need from me. Dime nada que decir. So now let's say I'm about to blow up.
Alright, it looks like we do actually have, so we're going to leave this code here for now in case we want to get finer control over things through a scriptable object. But right now, we're just using a max inclination system to skew the data twice. But the numbers are very small. So maybe again, like we want to apply this to it. But the numbers this should produce will be very tiny. Let's see what happens. What did we forget? We did this, yep. Alright, and so because of how we hooked in the UI manager previously, we should already have the UI working with this thing. Let's see what happens. They should also be able to hurt each other. Yep, there we go. Oh no, they can't hurt each other because we have hooked in their attack abilities into the combat manager. Nope. We're not seeing what we need to see. And we're getting a do-tween nonsense. Which target? Value does not fall within the expected range. Okay. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah. Yeah, between. That's my only beef with it. When it starts to give exceptions, instead of letting my code give exceptions, then you have to find out what the heck is it. I think do-tween just makes it more difficult for dealing with debugging. Actually, let's see if I can read the do-tween log and see what actually happened. Error inside tween callback was taken care of. Okay. Between save. Switch target. At least it tells me sort of. Combat target line 95. Okay.
I feel a change, something within my heart. I didn't know I could feel
That was happening to me earlier on too, but I had to train myself to use Dutween, or to recognize when I needed to use Dutween. Because sometimes, sometimes I'd be writing UI stuff, and I'd realize, like, maybe 2 hours later, I could have done this entire animation using Dutween.
how much I could love. You give me wings, how you lift me up.
Okay. So apparently there's something wrong with this. It's failing silently. I'm trying to think. I've ran into this issue before. I'm just trying to remember what causes it. I'm just trying to, like, every single time I use Dutween for something like this, I run into this issue. And every single time I forget why it does this. I think that's probably what's causing it, even though it shouldn't, but... Let's see. So we have an issue where it has to deal with the swapping. And it's not related to this. Wait, what line is it saying the issue is happening at? Line 97. It's still here. So this isn't the issue. Issue is at this. So I think it's failing inside of add listener. Where is it failing here? Oh, I'm a dummy. I see what I did. Okay. Alright, now let's go back over here. Wait, what? There we go. Yeah, there. See if that fixed it. Okay, that fixed that error, it looks like. Nope, it did not. Okay. What line is it? Line number 95. Oh, and we're right back at this one. What is happening in this thing? You know what? Let's call it outside of the tween and see what happens. Where is it? Combat target? There it is. And let's call this one. There. So now if it's going to give me an error, it's going to give me an error outside of the tween. And I'll be able to figure out what the heck is going on here. And actually, current target, new target. Okay, yeah, we're good. Where are the enemies? There they are. Something about out of range exception. Value does not fall within the range. See, this is more explanation now. Okay, so there's something that's out of range. That's what it's saying. What is out of range? Value does not fall within the expected range. Line 111. What is it looking for? The only thing I could think of is this. Is it saying that there is no base health here? What does get entity do? It's just passing back that. Stat manager. Doing stat manager. It's getting the stat manager. Does this just manage the target on the ground? What do you mean? Like, you mean like when I knock enemies into the air, or it's just targeting enemies, any enemy generally? Jason Roberts. Hello, Jason. Attach the debugger to unity.click. Unity.click on error pause in the console. It'll break the error. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, visually it's going to always appear just above the ground. So wherever the enemy goes, it doesn't matter. It'll just be directly below the enemy at the ground level. Relinquished. I'm going to run it one more time. It should give me more information this time when I get the error now. Sure. Stop attacking him. I want to target the other guys, but they're too far away. And, alright, let me stop attacking. There we go. There we go. Okay. Oh, we forgot to save. Oops. That's a thing, you know? Okay, there we go. I need to fix this also. It's a little annoying now, but it is what it is. Like, it's automatically making me... So the mouse being this far away should make it not, but I think it's like storing it somewhere. And it's making me constantly target them. Okay. Yeah. Alright, let's break the code apart. There we go. Which one of you guys is giving the problem? Or it could actually just be this. Oh. Oh boy. I'm a dummy. Okay, I already know what the problem is. Before I do this, does anyone know what the problem is? Because I don't want anybody to say, oh, you see, I knew that from the very jump. Okay, awesome. Relinquish, that tells me you didn't pick up on what the problem was. It's a typical thing that most Unity devs fall into. I just forgot to set this on the inspector. I told you. I'm pretty sure that's what I did. Let's just check. If it isn't, then we have to go granular, but... Yep, see? Right here. There we go. Apply. Alright. I don't feel so bad. Nobody else spotted that or even thought about it. I didn't realize it until like I got to that in the granular steps. I was like, wait a second, did I remember to put that in? Alright. Where are the rest of the enemies? Like, there should be... I mean, I granted, like, sometimes they can spawn, like, just one guy, but... There we go. Okay. They have a ton of HP, but... They have a lot more than I thought they had. But it is working. You can't take it away from me, man. Is this still... I gotta check real quick. Pause it. Just need to check to see if this is actually lowering. Yeah, it is. It's going down slightly. I think he hit a rock and just flew away. Okay. Alright, so we need to check to see if this thing is actually working. Because I'm not sold that it's working. We could also bring this back inside of this. Now that we figured out what the problem was. You can't take it away from me, Relinquished. I don't feel like a complete idiot. Oh man, that was funny. It's a typical Unity thing. But that was so weird. Like, I did this. It should have given me, what it should have said was null reference exception. But instead it gave me a target and out of bounds. Like, I've never seen that. That would make sense if it was inside of an array or something. Yeah, that's basically what it should have done. I don't know. It's probably because of this. I'm tapping it for its because I'm tapping it for, yeah, it's because I'm tapping, so this is tapping the metadata for the action, for the method. And so it's looking to this, and since this is 0, I think this is tapping the metadata and it's looking into an array that doesn't exist. So it's a null array, basically, so it would give you the out of bounds. I think that's how, it's a good, it's just interesting. But all right. Now let's see if set value is actually it should be working, but what? What is calling it? The player is calling? Oh, this is the one the player calls, right? So we should probably but this is for the stamina bar. So we don't care about okay, let's pause it. Okay, I get what's happening. It is working. I just forgot how it was supposed to work. So let's go back here. But it is working. We just need to change this. That manager. It's not the points that we should be worrying about. It's the points by the X max. Right? Makes sense. That's what we need to do. Okay. Now should we still need to fix one thing about it. Whoops. Console. There we go. We still need to fix one thing about it, but once that's done, we basically have the health bar the way that we need it to work. Yeah, these guys have a lot of health, but it's working. If I activate magic, then I should do a ton of damage to them in one hit. Maybe I should activate magic so I could... No, I see it going down. Like, I can see the bar going down. It's just super slow. You know what? I'm being lazy. Let's just test. Let's just actually take a look and see what it's doing. Because obviously my damage is, or their health is just way too high. I think it's under managers. This.
What you gonna do?
Okay. Nope, I do not see. I don't see it. I don't see the numbers changing, bros. I don't see the numbers changing. Okay. This place should be a little bit more explicit. It's still just throwing out 1. Like, why is it always 1? This one comes from the player. The rest of them should be coming from the enemy. There's a couple of bars. That's the problem. There's a couple of them. Right. These are the initializer. These just make the bar full. Okay, now I get why I did these. So these are, when we enable it, these ensure that the bar is full. Gotcha. We don't need these anymore. Alright, we don't need those anymore. Then we're also going to disable that. We only want one thing setting the value. Okay, there.
Another day to lose control. There's a fire in my bones. My sight gets blurry, pushing back the tears. Should take a leap of faith and face my fear. I blame it on the voices that are in my head, wondering if they'll ever be put to bed. Feels like I am close to reaching my wit's end, holding out, but I'm about to blow it up like a volcano.
Okay. There we go. So this is doing nothing yet. And if we transfer this over to here, what should be happening is when we make changes to the health. See, now that we've gotten rid of those ones, it's nice and easy to tell what's going on. Okay, got it.
I'm trying not to let go of my pride, but every time you come back, it's like falling down these lies again. This feeling that I have deep down inside, I just wanna be the one you need. And now I need you by my side. I can't sleep at night. Let's get lost in time, leave it all behind. I can't get enough of that. I'm enough. Let me be the one for you.
Okay, there we go. Awesome. Okay, so now we are 100% certain that this thing is connecting. Now, what doesn't make sense is that this should be an automatic thing, but it's not. So let's fix one thing at a time. We can get rid of spawn points now. This actor movement. There we go. Okay. So this should be what's happening. Could be that. You know what, let's disable this. And let's enable this again. Might be time for this fight, right? So, with that done, we know that we're not getting any logs from the player, or sorry, from the system that we had just set up. So this question is, why not? Let's go to the stat manager, and we know that we're hooking into the on after stat changed. Let's take a look at that. We might not have just hooked this in. That might be what the problem is. Hmm. Okay. So basically, we designated certain stats to actually invoke. We don't have all of our stats don't invoke when they're changed, so we need to actually turn this on. Is what it comes down to. So let's do that. Is it a private, or do we need to? How do we actually? What's the way I'm supposed to turn these on? Oh, I think this is just when we do set points on this, we actually just tell it to. So it's not like a thing over here. Got it. So where do we actually do the damage to this? In enemy script. And basically we're just telling it, hey, for this stat change, I want you to send your signals. There we go. There we go. Okay, so now it should send those signals, so it should update UI for us. Otherwise, most stats don't send signals when they change. You have to actually tell them when to. There we go. Okay, so now it's properly sending the stat changes to the UI. Problem is, and it is updating the, I don't know if you caught that, it is updating the the damage white background. Holy cow, how much health does this guy have? Okay, we need to real quick find out exactly how much damage we're dealing. I thought that number was going to be super small, but it looks like it might be like a massive number. We might need to make like an enemy level and assign that level when we do the initializing for the stats, and then have the random variable bounded by that level. Well, not random, the skewing number bounded by that level. Because there is a random and then there's a skewing, which skews it based on whatever we pass in. Where is it? That manager? There we go. Should be over here. So when we do this, we want to know debug.log stat.points. I'm utterly curious about how big that number is. Hey, welcome back, Steppen. Thanks. Just having fun making sure I can start killing enemies now. Interesting. They are small numbers. It's just super weird. It looks like they're regenerating. Oh no. Okay, let's look at this. What's happening over here? Ugh, it's broken. Okay. We need to find out why it does that. Okay. Okay. I think it's tied to this. It might be this thing that's messing me around. So the first part is working, but this part might need to be put back to the way it was. I'm so confused about that. I think I'm just not doing any actual damage to them. No. That's the number. That's the actual number. Like, that 4 should be what they were getting their health reduced by. This guy has 2 hit points. This guy has 2 hit points. This guy has 4 hit points. Alright, let's look at the enemy script real quick. Oh, I think I need to actually just set this to negative. Let's see. What is this number? It could be that that number is just healing them, basically, to their max. I thought so I assumed that that number was a negative number. But it could be a positive number. Yeah, it's a positive number. Okay. There we go. More than that, though, we kind of want these guys to have a bit more health, because I think they're just going to get dropped immediately. And also, here you go, RCA. Enjoy your stars, brother. There it is. I'll help you out a little bit. There you go. Can I? Oh, you can't hit people in midair. Oh, my bad. Okay. It said something about me trying to start a coroutine when we're not enabled. So let's fix that. There we go. So we're not trying to start a coroutine while things... And since... Actually, you know what? We can even go further than this. There. Do we need to know when the bar is full? I mean, it's nice to have that. Yep, okay. Can't do it that way. Yeah, can't do it that way. Okay. So we should just eliminate this coroutine also then. I just want to see what happens if it's more stable this way. Right, because now we can do, let's break it apart a little bit. So, what does this mean? When do we set this bar? We set it... So we never actually do this. Where is this supposed to happen? This is happening in the player resource manager. Got it. So we need to actually make this call here. I see. I didn't know I did that. I'm happy. That was pretty cool. I just need to find what the address of this is. Okay. Okay. Cool. So apparently I made them scriptable objects, the different types of UI elements. So I can just tap them for what color they should be. So that's a system that was already made. Not bad. So what does that mean? That means that when we do awake here, what we actually want to do is we're going to do health bar, that bar, and before we do this, actually, we want to, this will probably actually get it to work properly. So we probably want to get our UI is going to be the object. So this is under struct game element. Interesting. So we formed a struct of this. So we just need to look at where this is. We're using game elements for it.
I've been sitting, resting, and drifting. That was all that I had. But no more, said no more. I faced it. My scars won't have ghosts. No more.
This was the old system that we're using for energy. I see. I get the context now. So you know those diagonal bars? That's how this is set up. That's the reason why we're tapping it. I thought we had done something else, but it's fine. We can just do it this way. We don't need to do this. Let me just see if one exists. Properties dot elements that Eric. I guess not. I thought we had made something. That's cool. Alright, so no, that's not a thing. But we can just change the health bar color as we like, which is pretty cool. So let's just do color red. I'm going to put the index at 0. Right? Do that. And then let's deal with the animation process. I think it's going to go a little bit too fast. Oops. Okay, there we go. Alright, now let's try it. So we should hit them. The bar should start at the top for them. Actually, we need to do one thing also. We can get rid of this now. We need to do callback, invoke. Just need to call this, basically. Right. So anytime that we add a listener for this, we send the call back whatever the current stat is. Now this is important, I guess, in that when we do this version, what we're actually doing is we're just sending the stat. So if we add a listener, when something changes on the stat, we're just sending the actual stat back on this. With this one, we're sending back a number. This float right here. All right. With this one, we're actually sending back the game stat. So, yeah, I think that's it. So what we're doing here is, and let's actually do it over here too. No, we can't. Let's just leave it right here. This will just immediately tell, hey, right from the jump, you need to set the stat to whatever the current is on this, right? Like this is it doesn't know what you want to do with it. It's just going to pass back some normalized value of that stat, representing what the stats points are. Now, I think it would actually be better to pass both the max and the minimum, but my game, my rules. All right, let's do this. All right. Interesting. It didn't. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. See? They're filling up their HP now. So it's displaying what their current HP is, it looks like. Interesting. If I hit them, they should just die immediately, right? I am perplexed. I don't know what's happening. Well, I mean, I get part of what's happening. It looks like I healed them when I attacked them. And, of course, this thing is breaking again. I need to fix that. Yeah, this guy gets healed when I hit him. And then they don't go all the way to the maximum. What the heck is this number? One sec.
You are so heartless, and you don't care. And I don't even know what I've been fighting for. You got me hoping, and you don't care. And I don't even know what I've been fighting for. Every time I fall in the deep, and I can't fight it, I can't fight it. You wreck my mind, I'm losing my sleep. And you know that it's all that I need. So don't leave me alone.
Alright. You know what this means, right? We have two problems that need to be fixed. We're going to deal with the one that we should fix second first, because we don't care. Okay. Let's take care of the second one first. UI bar. Alright, let's find out what's happening here. Debug that log. value.
And I can't fight it, I can't fight it. You wreck my mind, I'm losing my sleep. But you know that it's all that I need. So don't leave me alone.
Oh, is that what's happening? I think, yeah. We deleted this part and forgot to delete this part. I think that's what happened. And it wasn't clamping it. Shouldn't need to. Doesn't matter. We're gonna find out right now. Ugh. Okay. We saved, right? Looks like it. I don't even know what's happening. Bars are just doing anything they want to. I just saw my stamina bar just like do all kinds of weird stuff. Oh, I think I just did something really silly. That's a prefab. And it's the same prefab everything is using. One sec. Let's change it back. I forgot it's a prefab. Okay. Alright, so we don't need to worry about this right now. What we need to find out is what's happening over here. And since in our hurt script, okay, I guess we can't do that. Basically, just want to see how much damage we're doing to these guys. Because numbers don't lie. Unless there's statistics.
Here we are, we locked
Interesting.
down in different
Not going down.
cities, and our virtual connection falls apart. Guess it's been too many years since California.
Isn't it going?
Now the memories of us is all I have.
Change points.
See, one day I'm gonna reach ya, take a plane for many miles. We pretend that time didn't pass us by when we're on Mulholland Drive. I know it won't be long.
This math don't math. So if this is a negative, we take our current points, then we just add the negative value to the current points, and we'll get how much we need to set the points to. So if this is like -6, and this is like 4, then this should be -2. When we try to set the points over here, it'll be -2. We signal before this, then we assign the points to the clamp on the midpoints. So is min points? Okay, so the min points on these might be crazy. So it's actually back in the initializer. We need to take a look. Actually, before we do that, let's just test it, see what happens. Probably should have exposed everything, but it is what it is. I think it is exposed. Did I move this class already? Oh, this is the enemy. I think I already moved the stat manager out and serialized it, so we could probably just look at that and see what the stats are. I think I did that like 3 weeks ago. I remember I started the refactor on this, and that was part of the game plan, like moving stat manager out so I could just look at it in the inspector and see the stats of the actors. Okay, so yeah, the minimum should not be like 2 something. So that's where our problem is. It's the minimum stat. These should be like 0 or something. Let's go back to initialize. So this is something that's set on the scriptable object. All the stat manager is doing is just giving it random numbers. This scriptable object itself is the one that should be saying, hey, actually, you can't do that. But I think that it is. I think the game stat is not reflecting that. Let's see. Right now, not really. Unless you mean sexuality, then absolutely. Whatever you like, brother. That's a weird question. I never even see that. Never see that often, at least. No, I'm gonna just say no to that. Not a thing. If that is the direction. Well, actually, in both cases, no. Right now, I'm not exactly happy, and no, I am not that oriented in that direction. Jonathan. And also, hello, Jonathan. It's a hell of a way to open up a conversation, though. Let's see.
I'm here only because your stare won't ever let me go. I'm here only because I'm aware with you is better than all alone. Oh, say what you're dying to say.
Okay, we're not going to mess with the enemy initializer, because really all this is a glorified random number generator. with some type of bounding to it, and it'll just assign it to these different stats. Okay, so I think the problem is over here. It's a scriptable object issue. Let's see, max health. So this is what it's set up to be. This should be how it's set up, where we use the minimum points. When we do the initializer, what happens? Oh. Wait, how are we handling it? Oh yeah, so this is in each one of the stats. There we go. That should solve that problem. While we're here, might as well we do it to the maximum also. Right? So if this is 0 right off of the bat, then regardless of whatever else happens down there, hold on. So let's not do it here then. Just do something like this. Same thing over here. There we go. Excellent. Hey, awesome. So now let's just do a quick sanity check. And we should be good. Okay. So that's, as far as we're concerned, the numbers are matching now. Awesome. These numbers make sense. So however, we are still getting 4 here. What the heck is going on? Okay. Should be simple arithmetic. I'm not sure what's going on here. We pass in a negative value here. That negative value comes as the amount. Then we tell it to change the amount. The amount goes into here as points. We get our current points, subtract it from here. Let's do a debug here. These points should be negative. Brother. Fail. Okay, just said something. Fail to execute attack 1. Eh. What the heck is going on here? I think the actual numbers from the damage is wonky. I think that's what's happening. Sometimes it's 0, and then sometimes it's 2. And this is before we do any shenanigans with the points. I am almost at my wit's end with this. This shouldn't be so complicated. What is this number? Like, that number should be the number that we're seeing on the screen. So it is. The number itself is fine. Right? So we know that we're doing -2, -2, -4, stuff like that. So it should take technically 2 hits to kill these enemies. What the heck? Bro. I'm about to call it. Like, you guys win.
Last time I saw you, lady, we were walking other ways.
I'm almost done. I'm almost out of gas.
Wish you the best on your journey.
Something is changing the points on health. I don't know. I think there is health recovery happening in the game. I think that's what's happening. I think maybe at some point, maybe like a month or 2 months ago, I think I put in health recovery. I don't know if I hooked it in. But that's the only thing I could think of that could possibly be causing this effect. The minimum is properly 0. I'm too tired to look for health recovery right now. I mean, I know where it would be. It would be over here in the stat manager. There's a function for the interaction systems. Oh! Oh, lordy lord. I know why the problem is happening now. It's the math. The math is set up for the player. So in this game, you're supposed to lower the person's stamina. And then once the person's stamina hits 0, then their health will go down by 1. And their stamina will shoot back up to some ratio of their health to their minimum health. We never tested any of this code. So my guess is that when these events are flaring, it's triggering these effects to do things. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to disable this altogether. So we're not going to use this. Okay, now let's try it. Now that we've decided to go with a different type of system, that was like my old system. Like I said, I must have done that months ago. Oh, let's see. Like I had different ideas about like body part damage and stuff like that. Ah, it's not letting me. Not letting me attack. Why? But if the ability manager try executability condition, I think I just failed to build. That enable should have nothing to do with abilities. So it could have just been I attacked really fast or something and it didn't initialize. Nope, it's just not attacking. That script should have absolutely nothing to do with abilities. What's happening in here? Luck. Basically, unstat changes. Yeah, there's nothing to do with abilities in this. Yeah, see, it's right here, regenerating stuff. Basically, the game has an internal clock, and it's going off every double tick. It's just healing. That's what's throwing off my visuals. Okay. Alright, we're pretty much sold on this then. Yeah. I mean, there's something happening here that is doing more things than it should do, and I don't know why. This is only dealing with stats. Maybe I broke something else somewhere else, and I'm blaming this for no reason. Let's see. If I can still not attack, then something must have disconnected somewhere. Maybe I like accidentally pressed a couple buttons together or something. Or hit delete somewhere. Yeah, I did something else. Oh no, now it's attacking. I still need to find out why. Oh, I see. It's this. So if we don't have enough stamina, we'll fail to execute the attack. I get it. So the abilities are set up. It's just that we're doing a stamina check over here to make sure. Gotcha. So when we disabled this, we didn't actually set the stamina. That's what it is. Like, stamina is set to something lower than the cost of the ability, so it's not letting us do it. And this is going back into the refactor and the ability system that we never got to do, which is supposed to implement the body part damage. But really, all we need is to call update stamina. And once we call update stamina, the max stamina will be set, and we can use abilities and stuff like that. Alright, let's do it a different way. This is my last Hail Mary at this. And see if we can just get this to work the way that we need it to. we overload the set value.
Put it all behind. 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 Put it all behind.
Alright, so we can get rid of this. And we're gonna re-implement this. Actually, let's bring this over here too. Actually, let's just do it this way. Okay, there we go. There we go. Then over here, we can just do this now. Pretty sure I logged it all into one place, right? Somewhere. Where am I? Oh, oops, wrong place. Combat target. Okay, there we go. There we go. Alright, let's try it now. See what happens. Nice. Nice. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. And the regeneration is what's kicking in right there, causing that to happen, to go back up, but... it's working. Now that I understand what's happening and why it keeps going up, like, it makes sense now. Before I was, like, messing with stuff to figure it out. And then if I lock onto this guy, looks good. But yeah, he'll just keep regenerating. Okay, now when I hit it, you see it updates the number to the regenerated number. Fortunately, the regenerations only happen when it's weird because it only happens when I actually hit them. It doesn't it doesn't update the UI otherwise. Internally, it's happening whenever there's a tick in the game's time. I saw a couple bugs. See what's going on. Routine being silly. What's okay, we'll deal with that issue later. Apparently, it tried to start the coroutine, and the game object was inactive, despite the fact that I have this here. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Switch.
Can I keep making him? I think they go further. Nope. Okay. Okay. Cool beans. But yeah, there's this thing going on, but I'm gonna consider this a win. I understand what's happening with this. I need to disable stamina regeneration in order to get the piece by piece, right? We have it here to stop all coroutines. On disable. I don't get it. Try this. Active in hierarchy. That's actually what the coroutine cares about. Okay, I think we're good. See, this is how it's supposed to work. Sometimes it's broken. I need to find out why. That's the first problem that I should have solved. This is how it's supposed to work. Move the mouse closer, it goes like that, and so on. And if I get close to him, regardless of how close the mouse is, this is the problem, right? Like, there should be even though I'm this close to him, it should break me off. That I have to do something like that to get. I'm not sure if like that's what I have to do to. That's not how it's supposed to. It's supposed to break off if I am. If my mouse is like far away already. Like if my mouse is over here. So there's something I need to do here. with the targeting. Okay, we're good. Okay. I think we're gonna call it there. I mean, the one thing is that it's kind of a mixed bag. I kind of feel like as if I want to work on this more. I feel like it's making progress. I'm not sure. It's just I'm not sure what's going on right now with this thing. It feels like it's making progress though. But I was, you know what it is? I was in the middle of the refactor last week, and then I sidetracked, and now I'm back to this. So I need to get back into the refactor. That's what it is. I think I just got distracted. That's all. So I'm gonna get into that. For the rest of this week, I'm gonna just focus in on this and get the refactor done. Once the refactor is done, I think the project should be a little bit more streamlined code-wise. And that should be that. If I identify the main problems, or the main culprit for the problems right now, it's that we have a half-completed wound system here. And enemies that are operating as if we have wounds. And they shouldn't be acting that way. Right? Like, they're expecting to have a counterbalance, and it's not there. I think that's what the problem is. So we need to take care of the... If I had to create a high-level name for it, it would just be combat. The damage... Combat damage needs to be... The refactor needs to be completed in order for me to get the rest, which includes things like abilities. And I need to... So, why am I procrastinating on abilities is because I want to add a kind of fighting game element to them. So I've been trying to think about, like, how do I want to approach that? Usually that's with, like, an attack sequence type of setup inside of the scriptable object. Right? So, like, at this point in the attack, you might see, like, a flash across the screen, the character's face over here, and then you do, like, your magical attack or whatever. Or just different things. And then being able to break those down into sequences, like where exactly the rigid body is going to end up at a certain point in the attack, etc. So all of those things need to be taken into account, and that's part of the procrastination for the ability system revamp. Because that's not going to just be the ability system. I'm going to make like basically a tweener, a visual tweener for it. It's just a gigantic sequencer that you can enter in UI elements and things like that that you want to appear at certain points in your sequence. Right? And then, of course, you need to be able to interrupt the sequence and stuff like that. So all of that is part of it. It looks alright. Something is wrong here, though. We'll be able to tell once I put the status effects. So status effects, I'm thinking, are going to be like up here now. So I'll be able to actually see what effects are still active on this. But I think the floating effect is still active on her right now. So that needs to go away. Alright. That's 4 problems. We're going to call it there. So thanks for joining. Have a wonderful day, folks. That was semi-productive, hopefully.